welcome to Asylum Atelier, welcome to Painting Discourse, and welcome to a project that I'm working on since the beginning of the year. It's the Cyril and Methodius for like a larger scale historic painting. You might even call it allegory if you wish. So this is a fragment that I'm working on for 3-4 months maybe, on and off, because I prefer to switch canvases and work on the different projects simultaneously to just give myself a little I would say like a refresh, or rather rest my eyes, rest the thoughts about the one particular painting, and in order to just prevent procrastination, I have a multiple projects. So whenever I'm fed up with this, I'll switch to another one that feels fresh or feels a little bit more exciting to me. Speaking about the procrastination, please do not watch this video. This is a disclaimer. I want to say it at the beginning of every stream, because I think it's very important that you understand that watching this video have no entertainment value to you at all. Maybe a little bit. Sometimes I say something funny and stupid. That's entertaining. Even for me, I like to laugh at myself and my bloopers whenever I'm editing videos, or checking if the sound is okay, and so on and so forth. But the idea behind this is for you to paint alongside with me, because I believe that that's the only way how you can understand what actually I'm talking about, and not necessarily understand, but you can experience the same problems that I have, the struggle, a doubt, and then going over and over the same thing, repeating the same mistakes over and over again, because I don't know, for whatever reason, it's happening over and over. And also, being a studio painter could get really lonely, and it doesn't have to be that way anymore, thanks to technology. So I think that using the technology to and take advantage of it, it's probably the best way to go. That's the only disclaimer that I have here, is that please work alongside with me. Get ready with your pencils, get ready with your paints, get ready with your brushes, canvases, I don't know, boards, papers. If you're a sculptor, it doesn't matter. I talk about the composition and the process of creating art more than anything else. So if you're a writer or even a musician, if you need something to really some change of scenery, because you're listening always the great musicians, and you need to just relax a little bit and maybe find the inspiration somewhere else, this would be probably a space for you, because that's true that I am actually a painter. That's something that I do every day. That's something that I really enjoy, but I also write a lot and read a lot. So that's something that creative potential that it's in every one of us. It's just sometimes I cannot translate my thoughts through painting, so I have to put them down on paper. And sometimes I'm empty and I need to get some information from outside. That's when reading comes into place. And I prefer to read, because then again you're training your imagination. So no matter what kind of art you're creating, even it could be even sculpting, it's the idea of creating is the same. The process and the tools that we use, they might be different. I might use some specific terminology for painting, but it's going to be there, whether I want it or not, because since the brush is a brush and is always going to be a brush, hopefully. Maybe someone has a different opinion about what the brush is, but when I'm holding a brush, which is the handle and bristles, I just have to call it brush, but you might be familiar with when you're sculpting. You have these different other tools, but principle is the same. That's what I'm trying to say, and I'm again going on a tangent unnecessarily. But that hopefully gives you a time to find something to write on, or something to draw on, or something to sculpt with. Or if you're working digital, even better. You already have the tool in your hand, and you can sketch on your phone if anything, because there is plenty of free software that you can get on your phone and sketch and enjoy this stream by that, exploring these ideas. And since this is a painting discourse, all your information, all the knowledge that you want to share, it's more than welcome. But remember, most of these ideas, most of these thoughts, these are kind of, they're living in our heads, they're living in, I don't want to say unreal world, but they are in that kind of abstract realm. So in order to get and actually prove or disprove these theories, we have to put them into practice. So that's very important that we, and this is something that I struggled actually myself. Let's put it that way. I struggled with myself, because I thought that the more information I get about certain materials, mediums, tools that I'm using, techniques, it would make me a better painter. Well, I was disappointed I was disappointed when I came to the conclusion that unfortunately all that knowledge sometimes might be counterproductive, because you are worrying about the things that you have no idea you have no idea. You are not capable of executing right now. But that's a good thing, that you're always trying to push yourself higher and higher, because that's where the progress is. But being so far ahead in a technical and kind of that intellectual way of knowing what the painting is, and your skill, it's just really maybe a couple hours. That's not that. I don't think that that's beneficial. That's actually counterproductive. So I started to really putting the mileage there, putting some hours into painting, which is very important, and that's why I'm doing these streams. So you see, and even after what 10, 12, maybe even more years of experience with the oil paint, you can still see in real time, thanks to technology, in the real time, how many mistakes I do, not daily, not hourly, every minute. And that's very important to understand. And that's something that was holding me back for a long time. And I want to show everybody that you shouldn't be worried about that. You shouldn't be afraid, because it's really something that will drag you down, or if it's not, and maybe it can even drown you creatively, and not only drag you down, and if it's not dragging you down, it's definitely slowing you down, and you want to improve as quickly as possible. I don't want to say that you're going to just skip all the steps, because that's impossible with painting. And that's something that that we should probably talk about more, not only during this stream, but in general, that painting, and especially oil painting, it is something that requires enormous amount of effort. The idea behind the painting is actually pretty simple when you think about it. It's and this is a this is a lecture for all of you, and this is going to be the only lecture that I will give on painting, and it was given to me while I was studying at the academy a couple of years back. I talked to one of the masters from the atelier, and I asked them that, we're talking about all these, concepts and so on and so forth, and we are painting every day, and And when I ask what is painting, there are so many different explanations. And then one stuck with me that it's really hit the nail on the head. And it was one of my masters. And he actually took it from a very, one of the, I don't remember, it's just, I'm blanking the name of the painter. And he said that painting is a right shape, correct shape of the color in the correct spot on the canvas. And that's painting. There is nothing else that, you know, there is no more and no in-depth information that you can get. If there is one thing that you're going to take from this introduction or from this stream about painting, and you want to really go into that philosophical kind of, you know, or theoretical right about painting, this would be probably it. It's a right shape of a right color, and by right color I mean right hue, right saturation, right value in the right place. And I stood there. I remember it like this. I stood there and I was thinking for a couple minutes. I had to process that information, and then I was like, yeah, that's probably the only lecture that you need, because everything else is just experimentation and practice and muscle memory. Unfortunately, that's what it is. And unless you really put hours into that, you won't be able to see the results. The oil painting particularly, it has a really long and steep learning curve. And, you know, especially today with that instant gratification that we have, there's so many inputs that are around us, so many other destructive things that you can do. It's really difficult to actually sit down and paint, or actually in my case stand up and paint, because the process is long, it's tedious. You have to, you know, have to be patient, and who's patient today? Who has time to wait for layers to dry? Couple days, weeks, maybe, depends on the medium that you use, or depends on the pigments that you use or materials that you use. It's so complex in terms of, you know, that final product. But the idea is very simple: of the right color in the right place. And when you think about it, that's that you know, the very even more simplified or better way to think about this, it's that it's just it's a mosaic. You have all these small little pieces, and you pick the blue one, and the blue chip, and you put it right here, and then slowly you build up something that actually resembles a human being, if you are into a figurative or portraiture or a little bit more realistic painting. I don't want to talk about photorealism, but because that's a different topic, but realism in terms of that you have resemblance of some kind of a physical world against something like a complete abstract painting of Malevich or I don't know, Rothko, very famous guys, you know, or in US very famous Jackson Pollock. Well, you know, and not only in the United States, but he was born in the US, I believe, or maybe not. Maybe I'm mistaken with this, but he was US citizen. I think that he was. Correct me if I'm wrong, and please double check everything that I'm talking about, because sometimes I think about something, and then somehow somewhere between my brain and my mouth it gets shuffled, and then it can go out as something really wrong. And the other thing is, sometimes unless you say it, you don't even know how stupid it sounds. So this is my kind of a moment to shine and to say so many stupid things, and then, you know, being embarrassed when I'm watching it during the editing process. Anyway, again, tangents. This is something that this is a byproduct of being alone in the studio. The moment that you have a chance to talk to somebody, even artificially into your camera, you're just gonna go and go and go. There's so much that you want to share, and so much that you expect to receive that, you know, sometimes I can, you know, just after a week in the studio I can talk for hours, and you know, some people can get really annoyed by that, and you can feel it on their faces that, dude, just like, really, I mean, it's Friday, we are after the work, and you're talking about Rembrandt for 175 times this year, or this month rather. we're enough with Rembrandt. No one wants to hear about Rembrandt. So yeah, so that would be the introduction. I hope that gave you a little time to prepare and do last adjustments to your perfection. Construction happens just right, or the enormous a noise from a construction got closer, and I hope that you guys are not picking it up in the microphone. Hopefully. Well, let's see. Just quick recap from the last time. I'm still improving on that focal point, and I started with this portrait, and I moved here. Then I want to finish the sleeve, because yesterday I haven't had a chance to finish it. There was a lot of excitement going on yesterday. I worked on the portrait a little bit. I corrected the symmetry, which was actually very important, because I had a feeling that something is wrong, and I couldn't quite understand what was it. And like a really quick, how would I even put this? The really condensed idea from yesterday was basically that, oh, my center line is off. Can you imagine that you've been painting since 2012, 2013, maybe 14, let's say 14, the moment that, you know, oil paint was introduced to me, and I still make mistakes with the center lines? How's that even possible? Well, it is because you know, above the actual center line and above the perfect symmetries, it's overall composition. And you know, I just lay down the portrait because at one point, and some of you might struggle with this, some of you might be already there, there's no problem for a painter to paint the portrait. It's not a problem to even paint, it's not, I don't want to sound that it's just, you know, like, it's not a big deal, but painting a portrait, it's really something that everybody can learn how to do. Now the problem is what to do next with that portrait, and how you're going to communicate the thought, or the expression, or the feeling, or the emotion, or, you know, fill the blank with your viewer. And that's what I was focusing on the flow, on the movement between the figures. And then, you know, in that kind of a expressive and going back and forth ideas and concepts that are flowing through your head when you're trying to put all these puzzle pieces or this mosaic together, it happens that, you know, center lines just, you know, goes out of the window. However, the important part is it was a mistake, and I felt it, and you can, you know, double check that. You could see that I was still pointing out towards something is not with the portrait. First, I thought that it looks a little bit too much. Not I thought it. The people that came to the studio, they said it looks very much like a female, so I should do something with that. So I knew that I have to adjust, and it still looks like a female based on the dress and clothes and so on and so forth. It's smaller, right? So all these indications. So I'm going to push it even more towards that, you know, the clear picture of, yes, this is a male, because these are two main characters there. Plus these are all monks from that Christian religion, and at the time, or, you know, it's Catholic right now. And I'm saying that it's Catholic right now because they were actually doing something, or actually they were still under that Pope from Italy, from Rome, from Vatican, actually. So that's why I'm saying nowadays Catholic. And the fact is that they were only males, so they are simply there's simply no space for a female in this painting, which also caused a lot of that kind of compositional struggles a little bit, because you want to have the variety with portraits and faces and tilts, and also you want to have male and female also for different garments that they are wearing, for different clothes. So this is kind of a very moderate same clothes, and I'm inventing a lot of things just to make the differences between them. And unfortunately this seems a little bit more towards that, it's leaning more towards the female, and I have to make sure that it is male, because one is a Cyril and the second is Methodius, and these are actual people that they live, and they brought the language to Great Moravia, actually. So I was, and again, there was a tangent that was absolutely unnecessary. But what I was trying to say, that I felt that something is wrong. Yesterday I found it. And then, right now I can continue with improving upon what's there. So, and it takes time. I didn't know what's wrong. And it actually took me a couple months to get back to that portrait, because first of all, I was dealing with the different paintings, but also I was dealing with the different problems that, I saw there throughout the painting. All right, so that's that. And today, what I want to work today, I probably will work a little bit, continuing on that sleeve that I started yesterday, because I'm still not satisfied with this area, and I'm probably I will adjust this as well, because the sleeve, it's a part of that background figure as well, right? So I'm going to be working a little bit with that, a little bit more with that, and then hopefully I will get to continue with the garment going all the way here and resolve this middle section problem that I have with the painting. And when I will have again established this main figure, or the focal point when it comes to figures, because it's the closest to us, then I can start judging him against this figure, and then this figure against these two figures, and then these figures against these three figures as a whole, right? So that kind of give me that much needed clarity of how to continue with the painting. And that's something to think about in your work, just to maybe at this stage, when you already laid down all the paint, when you figured out all the moving pieces and everything, it's kind of very close and locked down, start really picturing and realizing right now, where do I want a viewer to look, how I want him to move through the piece or through the painting, and what are the things that are breaking that rhythm, and how to correct it and how to make it more interesting. But you have to be careful. The more interesting you make it, the more boring it might look for just bystanders. So they'd be like, okay, well, 7 figures, wow, okay, what else? Swipe right or swipe up and down, I'm not sure what exactly, depends on the application probably that you use. So yeah. Okay, so that's what I did yesterday, and that's what I want to focus on today. And probably maybe I will move from actually the sleeve to hand or forearm, the hand, then to this hand, move here, and maybe there's going to be another, or actually this hand needs adjustments as well. Not a lot, but just a little bit to make it a little bit more. Maybe even not. I don't know. And it's all because other parts are not really developed. So the moment when this hand or this arm, forearm, would be way more developed, and it's really going to stick, and it's going to get, it's going to be kind of protruding from the canvas. Maybe this one will just disappear, and I will need to bring a little bit more attention towards that hand. So we will see. We will see. I'm not sure, and it's not that I'm not sure because I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not sure because I cannot calculate all the variables that are there in my head, because it's, first of all, I believe it's infinite number of variables that, this is infinite number of ways how this painting can go. My brain has no capacity to actually calculate infinity, believe it or not, right? Yeah, so let's put the gloves on. Let's say hi to you guys. Good to see you. You won't complain because Rembrandt is your favorite? Yeah, well, I know, but you are a painter. You're part of that group that is, I don't even know how to put it. We are. It's like you have to like Rembrandt, right? But when you hang out with people, they're with people they are not really interested in painting, particularly. Then they might not even know who are you talking about. Okay, so let's get into actual painting, because again, I could talk for hours. So, where were we? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that you know what I mean. I am 100%, because that's what happens. That's just almost inevitable. I'm starting to be, I'm okay with this area right here. It still bothers me, these, kind of they're, for some reason, even though I'm trying to soften these edges, they're really, really, still really, they're like I don't want to say that they're overpowering, but they are kind of flattening this image, because they are kind of artificially sharp. So I'm going to use my trusted sandpaper, and I'm just going to sand a little, like really very soft. I'm really applying just a little bit of pressure there, to find a different layers, and maybe some of those underneath layers might match a little bit better with that edge that I created there. All right, yeah, definitely. Thanks for, of course, you too. Hope you're gonna, have a really, really good, productive painting day, because that's what's important, at the end. Plus today it's a really sunny day, and I again have that really, really warm, strong shine of that of the buildings. from the buildings, I'm sorry, from the buildings. And this is still wet from yesterday, of course, completely wet. Well, let's do it, let's paint. Let's do adjustments. Oh, wow, okay. Yeah, I can see my painting finally. Yeah, it suddenly doesn't look that that dark as it was pointed out yesterday. But I think that the fact that it feels that it's dark, it's more about that, you know, that Delacroix idea that we talked about multiple times. That I was, you know, kind of reserving that saturation to for a composition rather than just for developing a form. Yeah, I'm gonna be working on that sleeve because it still doesn't feel right, and especially if the hand goes here, this is the direction. I think this is where the form should go, and then it should go back. And this is anatomy underneath that underneath that sleeve that it's important for me. So I'm actually sanding a little bit, just really lightly. I'm trying to sand that the top layer, and since, you know, there is a lot of texture there is a lot of underpainting, or not underpainting, the different variations of this figure. It's giving me that kind of you know, changes, these kind of random changes. And I know that I had a lighter value underneath this, so if I really lightly sand this down, I would get that feeling of like the optical illusion. That optical illusion that, how would I put it? That randomness that fabric would create in the real life because of so many, because, you know, in the real life everything is moving all the time, and I want to create that feeling of movement. Even in the still image, it's very important for me to create that movement. And there is multiple ways how to do it. One of them would be just these nice and beautiful shifts in the tones, the values, and to create them unpredictable. This is one of the way how I trick my brain into. It's not even tricking. How I explore different won't varnish take away that sand effect. Well, how do you mean? Why would the varnish take away that sand effect? Could you be more specific? Because I'm not sure if I truly understand a question, and I don't want to say something that it's counterintuitive, or I would be answering something that you are not asking for. if I understand correctly your question, you are afraid that if I'm sanding it after varnishing, oh, okay, let me read it. Yeah, you make perfect sense. Yes, but here's the thing, that matte finish has nothing to, not nothing to do. The matte finish is because you have these dust particles there. So if you wipe them and get rid of them, that matte finish, it's only about, the matte finish, it's responsible, or the effect of a matte finish is a product of these dust particles being there. You can clean it out and you can see immediately whether or not it changes if you oil it in, right? And right now I put the my medium there, which is oil and mineral spirits. I put it there and I can immediately see that how it works. I can, but unfortunately I cannot sand here anymore because it will have no effect. But I can see I have a lighter area right here. I have a slightly darker area right here, and it's really it's very close. But when I step back, it's kind of connect together, and it creates that kind of uneven, unperfect value and tones and shift, because I'm shifting not only in terms of hue, I'm shifting between temperatures or saturations. I'm shifting between chromas. I also shifting between paint application. So this is that all gives a little bit more of that effect and feeling of real life, because that's what would happen in the real life. The part of the clothes would be affected by the sunlight. Some of it would be reflection from the street. A lot of it is actually reflection from the floor, right? And if you are in these, well, good example with this would be Dutch paintings versus Italian painting. If you put them next to each other, like Dutch masters, they were like, where is all this reflective light coming from? Because they don't have that. The shadows are dark and heavy. But then you go to Rome, at that time it would be even more obvious, and there is marble everywhere. You have so much reflection around you. There's so much of these really, really light shadows there, that everything looks bright and fresh and beautiful compared to a Dutch. When it's rainy, it's dark, it's gloomy, and that's the similar thing with this. I'm using everything that is in my technical skills to create that randomness. And right now I have a multiple random things to work with. Or actually, on top of all the stuff that I talk about, I also have that randomness within the layers. But I can do this only if I work with layers. That's the only way. If you work alla prima and underneath your brushstroke it's a white canvas, there is no reason for you to do this. You would never have any benefit from it. Certainly not in that kind of in that approach of sending it down, because you would send it to a white canvas, right? But since I know, and you remember, I told you that I work in these layers that sometimes I paint everything really cool, and then I paint really warm, and then really cool and really warm, and you have these layers. And when you take a sandpaper, these happy accidents that, again, sandpaper can grip and take a little bit on some places, and can just, leave some under marks, and that creates this imperfection, and it looks like imperfection. Plus, if you sand enough, you will start seeing the texture of a canvas, and it almost seemed like you really placed the one brushstroke, like Velasquez would. You are taking advantage of the fact that you are not as good as Velasquez, and you're trying to not mimic the way how Velasquez paint, but I'm trying to mimic the effect, the final feel of freshness that, even though this painting has been labored, I really put a lot of time into it, and another 100 hours are going to be into needs to go into a painting to get it to a really nice spot. I never want you to see that. And that might be the problem, the perception of people, because sometimes it looks like it's just one continuous brushstroke from here to here, and then he flicked the paint here, and that's it. But, I spent a lot of time preparing for these couple brushstrokes. I don't know how else to say it, how important these techniques are for me. And it also gives that technical narrative that I talked about. And actually that term is probably best described by one of my favorite painters, actually, living painters, Vincent Desiderio. I mean, he's a powerhouse of really beautiful textural paintings. He went from abstract to realism, and it shows how many abstract ideas he's actually adding to his work. And he uses the term technical narrative, which is actually, when I'm looking here and I'm examining this, there is multiple things they are kind of working together, and that is that the idea for me, and this is me specifically, that they're cutting some tiles outside. That's just annoying noise, screeching. I'll wait till they finish that cutting. I'll sip a tea quietly. And do a little bit more adjustments so you can rest from hearing my voice. And then, you have to be careful. You are making toxic paint airborne. So the more you use cadmiums, and God forbid that I would use lead white here, I would be inhaling lead. So it's not really the safest technique, health-wise. To work on that. Let's leave. I'm looking for okay, they stopped. So I was talking about the technical narrative, and the idea behind the technical narrative is that in my head actually is that these are figures that they are in motion. Or at least I'm trying to convey that feeling that they are in motion, that they're approaching, they're going towards us. That's the main, because the main idea is journey. creating these different spots or different shapes of different color from previous underpaintings, it creates philosophically, and this is me, and you can discard this because this is really, I'm at the edge of my own understanding of this, and I'm still working on these things myself. So philosophically, he actually, or every one of these figures undertook or went through a journey of me repainting them. So they actually moved from one point to another on canvas. And by exposing these layers that are underneath, they are creating even more of that, illusion of motion. But yeah, this has nothing to do with painting. This is just a philosophy. So you can disregard this if you. Well, that's awesome, you know, and that's why I love this to being in painting this course, because I am not offended if you do not like what I do, but you still can get value from it, right? So these are really important things to talk about in the theoretical realm, right? Because I'm not pushing you to, like I said, I'm not pushing you to send this, and I would not even recommend this for you. If you're concerned about your health. And like I said, I stopped doing all of the things that I did before just because I felt the impact of these chemicals on my body. So, you know, coffee, cigarettes, you know, alcohol. I'm trying to be very, very seldom with these things, or use them occasionally. And some of it, you know, I just really just get rid of it altogether, because they were not, they brought me no benefit. And if I have to destroy my health by inhaling something, I'm rather going to do it with the paint than, you know, tobacco. Okay, so that's about that technical narrative. So I'm going to continue with the sleeve, because I think that's where I lack clarity there. And again, I have myself that I posed in the, where did I put that? I already throw it somewhere there, with that a fabric wrapped around myself. I did couple ideas with that, you know, different folds. So I'm going to be actually thinking about that. I wanted to see the form, how the form bends over, and how much I can push it. And then also I have Rembrandt right here with these beautiful folds that he created on the picture, girl leaning on the stone sill. It just looks awesome and very simple, but yet beautiful. So I want to bring that clarity to it. And then also I have Rembrandt because of texture. So I should probably, I might check some other Rembrandt's paintings where he really worked. And I think that really a great example of Rembrandt's, for me especially, is that Homer. Where do I have Homer? I have to do a little, there he is. Which is just just pure abstract painting. He really did that painting of Homer from 1663. He was just, he was ready. He was ready to just, you know, I'd like to think that he knew that he's the best. That's what I like to think to you, that, you know, he felt it. I'm good. I'm too good. I just need to. Okay, I hope that my mic was muted because I was trying to blow my nose and sneeze and, you know, do all these things that sick people do, or people with flu rather. Okay, so, and you can see I'm again, I set it up what I want to do. I'm being really, I don't want to say that I'm not ready to do that. I am still considering other options, but I feel very confident that I have the right positions, I have the right angles, I have the right proportions. I'm satisfied with it. I double check it with the mirror of truth, and mirror of truth telling me that, yeah, you're good. Yeah, you're good. When it comes to proportion. Let's call this one mirror of double truth. I don't know. I have to go a little further away because I don't see the painting in its entirety. I think that we're good. I think we're good. I mean, with this kind of lighting situation, when the room is really filled with sunlight, it really shines the saturation. Oh, thank you. I'm feeling. I don't think. I don't know if I'm feeling better because before the stream I had some other errands to run, so I had that, you know, a hot drink that you can, you know, buy over the counter in the pharmacy. So I'm not sure. I feel okay, but my I feel like that my nose is clogged. But it's okay. I feel okay. I feel great when I can paint. And this might sound really cliche, but that's what makes me happy. I would be really small, angry, a man with no boundaries if I wouldn't paint. And that's probably why I love it so much, because it really made me appreciate things. And I really truly want other people to experience that, because I really genuinely think that we are missing on so much. And especially yesterday, I talked about it, that, you know, that really, and the same thing today. I was driving by a car today because I felt very uncomfortable being in the public transportation, being sick. I don't want to spread any sickness around, even though we have enough of that. I'm trying to be considerate as much as I can. I still have to go to a grocery store, but, you know. So I was in the car I was driving here, and the only thing that I was thinking about is just why don't I have, why can I be a plein air painter? And you know, to really take that ultramarine blue and paint every shadow with ultramarine blue and purple and mauve, I think it's the color. That's the last pigment that I did not explore, purples. So I really have to get into purples. I don't know, it's just somehow, even though I like that color a lot, somehow it just doesn't fit well. And maybe it's also because of that, again, philosophy behind pigments and the hierarchy of pigments in terms of importance, or not even, it's important as well, but you know, usually, traditionally, not usually, traditionally, purple was the most expensive color. Therefore, it was only for Virgin Mary, or for kings and queens, of course. But so the moment that I heard that you work with purple and orange, I was like, wow, okay, now we're talking. That's that, you know, the spirit, the exploration that, you know, I'm missing. So I'm grateful for sharing that. That's whether you believe it or not, that's really it really pushes me forward as well to try these. Yeah, purple. It's it really, like you said, purple. It's something that I am not. I don't even know. Not that I don't know. I have it on my palette. I use it a couple times, but really more like a supporting color than just actual, rather than just an actual. I could do these nice little fold here, and then adjust this one right here. Yes, you're absolutely right. It's awesome for desaturating colors, but also I like to use purple in skin tones. Depends on the. I remember that I was forced to use the purple because the background was orange, yellowish orange, and I couldn't get that the skin tone right. And I was like, okay, it's time. It's time for purple, and it's probably the only time I actually used it. Yeah, the idea, well, like I said, I am, whatever I do in, you know, Bad Painting Friday, all the experiments, then I'm trying to apply them and test them in actual stuff that matters to me. I don't want to say that, you know, still life, they don't matter to me, but they are really more like having fun. That's a hobby. This is really, I'm working right now. And not, that sounds stupid. I'm not working, I'm painting, but I'm way more concerned about this than about the still life. just adjust. Maybe this is not really. Maybe it should have a more. It should be lighter there. Yeah, but there is a difference between, you know, working and having fun, and I think it comes from. I mean, again, I'm gonna talk. You know, it's just a little bit of philosophy there rather than anything else. But the idea is that still life, it's a still life. It's something cute. It can have a lot of meaning, but it might have no meaning at all. It's just a nice object that you wanted to paint. Whereas these are not people that you know, I would necessarily meet on the street right now. So I think that, you know, it carries a certain burden. I don't want people to, even though I cannot control that, I don't want people to get and misuse it and misplace it for some agendas, you know. For example, one of the things. I also don't want to misread this. I don't want people to think that I am mocking them, right? Because I'm painting them barefoot. So I'm trying to make sure that the message that barefoot means that I want to show how strenuous it had to be on their feet, and giving them actual shoes would, you know, eliminate that option to show that damage that journey brought to their bodies. So there is a lot of things that not a lot of things. There is a lot of this is not when it comes to a garments and what they're wearing. This is not necessarily historically accurate. That's what I'm trying to say. And then because of that, I feel pressure that I have to really make sure that it's understood, that, you know, that I communicated exactly what I wanted to communicate. But then, you know, I'm going to, I'm full of contradictions. But then still, I want to give you a space for your imagination. I want to, you know, I want to make sure that you picture whatever you want. If you are ready for it, you know, if you want to really engage your brain and, you know, spend your evening instead of relaxing, thinking about the journey of these two people. So I'm pushing this right here. And like I said, I want to adjust this. It's going here and then here. So maybe I could push a little bit more this way. Cool. They're believable, at least, much better than I would have done. Don't sell yourself short. I'm pretty sure that, you know, if you would work on the half a year, you would get to, you know, do maybe a different composition, but I don't think that you would be that far from where I am right now. Maybe I could push this instead of making these like little folds and triangles shadows. Let's try to make them half tones first to see what's up. Maybe halftones are better, so I don't push the shadows everywhere. Like little halftones. Maybe a little bit of, so they're being lit. Right here. Cool. And then it's gonna be right here. So yeah, and that means that I can actually lighten this part a little bit. The part with where his hand is. I want to show a little bit of lighter skin there. So I'm just gonna, and again I'm going to dry brush, so I'm keeping my, I didn't squeeze the fresh paint there because I really want that slightly drier pigment there. I want to show the little peak of the brighter value there. Just showing through a little bit, just a hint. So it kind of connects with that other arm. So I'm dry brushing that pigment there and then connecting it because I want it to be really a soft transition. Cool, and I want it to be, should probably push this a little bit more up, like so. It's maybe a little too much, but it's okay because I'm just going to connect it. Yep, way better. So I'm not repainting anything necessarily at this moment. I am just adjusting. Really, these are just adjustments, nothing else. And I'm gonna hit it even more saturated with this mixture because I want that contrast. To have it right here. Why right here? Well, that's a good question. Because this is a part of that, composition that I was talking about. That I want to push this part because I think that these hands are really important to go forward. And again, every another brush stroke that I'm putting there, it's supposed to support that idea of is there to help overall composition. Just a little bit to tap it out. Okay, cool. Maybe that should go even. Maybe I could push this lighter, a little bit more saturated. A little bit of that yellow ochre. It's kind of dried out. So it doesn't really mix very well. That's exactly what I need because I don't want to turn that blue into a green. I want it to be a blue with a hint of light hitting it. So that's right here. And I'm pushing it around that area where I have that kind of a reddish orangish hue for the hand. And you know, these two saturated pigments are complementary, so they really fight for their attention. And let's put it here close to this yellow as well. So I'm getting a better picture of how far I want to push it. And then you can see, like in the mixture, I have a blue, I have that kind of a darker blue right here. Then I have then I add a raw umber into it. These are variation of the same thing. So I'm creating these different ones, and perhaps I could add a little bit of alizarin here to push it to the purple that we talked about, but not necessarily into that, like this kind of a purple, because that would be just out of the place. It's not harmonized, but then I'm going to hit it with a little bit of umber. That might have been a little too much. You can see that it's the same value, it's a different saturation and slightly different hue. And that would create these little imperfections here. And you can decide, oh, is this going to be a half tone? Is it going to be better represented in the half tones or not? And you can test these theories throughout your painting. Because, you know, just we're having fun. Yeah, let's push it here, and then. And right now I'm in the stage when I'm applying this pigment, it goes there really in pastel, or you know, covering a really nice little areas that I was not really satisfied with. So I'm kind of making these adjustments. I need to go a little lighter. Oh, that's okay. That's cool. That's why this stream is not about, you know, entertainment or, you know, necessarily creating conversation, even though it's welcomed. But if you feel like you need to really push yourself and, you know, be quiet for a second and think through certain things, that's just. I remember that I used to listen music while I was painting. I'm not doing it anymore because it's, believe it or not, it's distracting. Okay, so it's going there. There is a fold right here. I could push it a little bit here, maybe. Like so. I appreciate that conversation as well. It really, it helps me, whether it's just me trying to vocalize certain thoughts, it's already helpful. And then also, it same goes from another side when I'm asking questions, or when you asking questions, it's also helpful for you as well to be able to. And this is something that my master also was, one of the masters from the academy. He was very specific and particular, and he argued that, well, if you do not ask as accurately as possible, then you cannot expect my answer to be accurate either, because I don't know what you're asking. So these are really important parts, and I'm thankful for them. So a little bit of folds there, but again, there again are equal, and I don't know why is it. And my brain is forcing me to make them equal. Maybe my brain really thinks that it's fun to torture me as a side quest. Yeah, let's paint, let's learn how to paint, but why wouldn't I torture you while you're trying to paint? It would be so much fun. Yeah, great job, Brain. how awesome. Okay, I think it's because I am not really concrete where I want to have the edge of that arm, or the elbow rather. That might be something that Since you are making a sketch, don't forget the sketch is supposed to be fun. If you're not having fun, while making sketches. I don't want to say that you're doing something wrong, but you are taking away from yourself a very important part of painting. This is going to be light this part. Let's just Bob Ross this painting or this sleeve. Let's introduce some. Instead of he talked about trees and how this tree need a friend, and I think that this wrinkle needs also a friend. Another wrinkle, so they can just hang out together. What was his famous phrase? Isn't this fun? I don't remember right now, kind of blanking it. That's going to be a point right here, and I could actually finish it here then. Because I want to move that, but right now I'm looking at the folds, and probably, not folds necessarily, but I have to hit this area with a little bit more saturation. And I am right now scambling a little bit here. And this should, in theory, push the lighter parts more towards me. Yep, in theory. And then also a little bit here. Okay, so I have this, then I have this, and maybe I could push this a little lighter. Or and perhaps push it all the way here and get rid of this dark area right here. So I think that right now his shoulders are, width-wise, I believe that they're correct proportionally. Yeah. And I continue and bring a little lighter values here as well, from these depths of darkness. For some reason, somehow the light caught that part. From where? We don't know, but if Caravaggio could lit the whole room with the candlelight, why can't we? Another question would be, who's going to stop me? let's try to go even more impasto. Oh yeah, now we're talking. This is way too blue. So let's add a little bit more of this, a little bit of the sienna. I don't know if this is gonna be, if you're going to be able to see it. I'll try. So when I was talking about the impasto and the paint application, so let me see. Is this, I have to check on my, I don't know if the camera is picking this up. Oops. I probably have to do it like this. So this is how much paint is in my brush. So it's a lot, right? And I'm not necessarily going to just randomly place that. Right now, I'm going to think about the textures that I want to create. And I'm using the idea of the fabric and the folds and the form. I also thinking about compositionally what would be beneficial, and by that I mean that I'm adding another element. I have a high saturation, I have a high contrast, I have a soft and hard edges, and right now I'm going to have a really thick paint that I'm going to try to carve like I would do with sculpture. So I'm going to kind of think about this as a kind of a relief. That's the word, relief. And that should probably, in theory, again, in theory, help me to break that samelessness? No, what would be the word? You know, when everything feels that it's done the same way. And I'm looking at Rembrandt, I'm really trying to see, understand those decisions. I'm really loading the brush with the pigment. And this is the one brush stroke, and that's it. And if it doesn't work, well, too bad. I'm not trying to, you know, overmix this. I'm not trying to overthink this. I'm really right now just, I think this is probably the best part when you're having fun with paint. And true, I'm going to be very honest. This is what brought me to painting. Or brought me to painting. No, this is what made painting enjoyable for me. And then, you know, when you think about it, then you're going to add texture. You have to be careful, because then this texture is going to really bring a lot of attention. So you don't, I don't want to say that you don't want to overdo it. You definitely can overdo it, but there's nothing wrong with it. But you have to understand that then there are going to be these areas are going to bring, like I said, a lot of attention, and then my, you know, your composition or the focal point or the movement. Or the path, rather, that you are leading the viewer on might be wrong, or not wrong, might be I put a little too much into purple. So that would be example of a okay. Yep. Now we are working. Now we are painting. Finally, actually, I'm painting. Because again, I have a feeling that with all these adjustments, all these details, the painting happened to be quite stale. And remember what I said about stale painting, that just ain't gonna cut it. But me painting this, or this way specifically this way. It's a product of that. I'm feeling comfortable with everything that it's on the canvas right now. And by all means, if you are, because Rembrandt might be doing it naturally from a beginning of painting. I don't feel comfortable with applying paint this with as thick as this is before I'm certain about where I want to have it. Oh, I love how I just block the camera with my head. I'm squeezing the paint. Awesome. And this kind of a paint application, it's something that will certainly destroy your brush, trust me, because this is just... It's a pure abusement of your painting medium. And then you can also immediately see the difference between top part and the bottom part. And we are creating that kind of immediately the more believable feeling in terms of when you are looking at the painting from, let's say, from top to bottom and from left to right. Immediately this makes suddenly more sense what's happening down here, because I want you to be right here in this area. This is where I want you to stay. This is where I want you to move. And then maybe I can hit a little bit like that thicker parts in the grass around the feet. Not necessarily on the feet, but the grass around the feet, to create that kind of a it might create that kind of a little, how would I put this, a little bit more believable interest, right? Because that's basically how our eye operates, right? This is the focal point. So you see enormous amount of detail, imperfections and movements and pigments, and as it goes down, it kind of dissipates. And then I can bring it again if I hit something on the bottom, maybe push that grass a little bit thicker and a little bit more green. So brighten it up a little bit. Yeah, I could pretend. Yeah, you're right. That's pretty funny. And it's awesome to be silly because, we're painting and we're having fun. Even though this is a serious business, right? It still can be fun. And you can see right now it's just like really I am destroying that brush, truly destroying. So and it's not because I want to destroy my brushes, it's just I need to have that I can't, how would I put this? Let me think about how to say this before I say something stupid. But let me also charge my camera that's on the palette. Basically, I don't want to be limited by a brush. Quite the opposite. I want to take advantage of the brush. And in order to do that, I really have to push it to its limits. Well, you're right, you can destroy them, but you know, I'm not destroying them on purpose, right? This is just me painting and painting and painting. They all start like this. They all start like this. You know, this is like the beginning stage. Well, this one is used a little bit already. But then as you progress, you go to this stage, and these are different sizes. Then you go to this stage, and this is beautiful for many different reasons. And you go all the way to, you know, so they are kind of a triangular because I'm applying the pigment a different way. And you would go all the way to the point that there is no furl there at all. I don't know if I have an example of that kind of brush here. I don't, unfortunately. But then I'll find it, and I'll show it then. And then I use that kind of a brush to erase when I paint. So I scrape the paint with that kind of brush. I'm thinking, what would I? You're absolutely right. They're aging like wine, exactly. And a few of my flat brushes turn into filberts because of that. You're absolutely right. My brushes are always going to end the same way. They're just I'm going to use them. I don't think I have ever threw away any of my brushes. I'm trying to find the one that just to show you what I mean. I think that the easiest way is to see it on these small ones. This is not a good example. I'm pretty sure that there it is. It was hiding somewhere. Well, believe it or not, this was a long furl, right? So they just go, and they go all the way in to the point that you won't be able to see them. You know, it's easier to see with the small. I found it. So you go all the way to this. This is pretty funny. I don't know if the camera can pick it. So it looks like an eraser. So that's the proof that I don't throw away any of my brushes. So it's fun. It's fun. Yeah, it's pretty funny, I know. It's almost like it's almost like I'm a hoarder. I don't want to get rid of my brushes. Well, maybe I am, so what? You're using them. You know them by the feel. You know what kind of brush it is. You know it's memories. It's so much emotion there. I don't know. Maybe I am being too attached to certain brushes, but I'm pretty sure that a lot of painters have their favorite brushes and they use them, and it should be that way. That's why there's so many manufacturers, because you know. Because why not? And we have a different styles. Imagine that I have these your beautiful rosemary brushes, and I'm doing this to them. Well, you know what? You would be in my studio crying that I destroyed your brushes. That's what happened, and I saw it. I saw it. Yeah, it's a good type of hoarder. I didn't know that that hoarding is a spectrum, but I guess you're right. So then, yeah. So I put a little bit of light right there, and you can see that we are right now in the territory of shape designing. I mean, little piece here and there to create a little bit more interest, a little bit more believability. Yeah, with the brushes, yeah, you will be sitting and rocking. And you know what? I saw this. I remember, who was that? I think that was one of the most influential. There's a few painters from California that I had the pleasure to work with and be a student of them. And they were awesome. One of them would be Ron Lemon. And he was the first one that was really like strict about like how are you using your brush, man? Just you were what are you doing? Are you actually painting a fence in your backyard, or are you creating art? What is this? What is this? Close holding like this, and then doing this. Like you don't. These brushes, they have a length for a reason. So it was awesome to work with him. Ron Lemon, great artist. And I have to say that when I was a student, a lot of the things that they were talking about, because different teachers have different preferences, different palettes that they like to use, different pigments, and all that kind of, cool stuff. Some of them, they perform, like a magicians in front of the audience. They can give perfect demonstrations. And some it couldn't even work when other people were looking at them. But every one of them had a certain quality to his work. And it was confusing at the beginning because everyone was telling me something different. And then, I'm probably the only person who improved everything that, I don't think that I'm the only person, but I'm the only one that I know that actually, let me rephrase that. Let's forget everything that I said and let's start over. Since there is so much information about the painting, and not information necessarily, I would say, I would even go as far as misinformation. Since there is so much misinformation about painting, you can get lost very quickly. And everything kind of changed, all this information from different painters using, you have to have this palette. You have to, if you want to paint the skin tone like I do, you have to use a red oxide instead of burnt sienna, which I don't want to say that they are the same pigments, but They're darn close to each other. And you have to use these brushes. You need to have a flat number 7 and flat number 8 to do this. And then, you know, if you mix 10% of yellow ochre, I don't want to name any brand, with a 5% of cadmium red, and then you add white into that, you get the skin tone all the time. Well, not really, but yes, if you still use the same canvas and if you still use the same background and you paint only portraits, yes, that's the portrait shortcut. And I came to a different class or different atelier, same building, but just the different studios. And there is a different painter, a different master talking about something completely different and actually contradicting to previous information. And all of this was so confusing. And then a lockdown changed it completely. I was first time in the studio alone, and I had to figure it out on my own. And I don't think I had ever more productive time as a lockdown. And that's a perfect example. Whenever I hold brush like that, I feel like I'm wielding a magic wand. That's a great comment. I really liked it. I'm going to steal it. I'm going to use it from now on. I'm sorry. That's what's up. Thank you. I will. And also, I don't want to talk about any other painters, because what I was getting with this story is that every one of these theories has a merit. It's important to know it. It's important to understand it. It's important to experience it. But I wouldn't call it the only method. And I'm really tired. Not tired. There's two different groups of painters. There are hobby painters that they just want to paint the nice pictures for the sake of a nice picture. There's nothing wrong with it. I think that's a very valid way to think about painting. And then there are definitely more groups, but and there are ones that they want to explore and push technical stuff further. I remember I had one, we had these at the academy, we had these evening classes in LA for public. And there was one guy was coming there with every pigment possible, and he was doing these swatches, and he was like a walking encyclopedia. You showed him a pigment, and he would tell you what brand it is, and but you know what? He couldn't paint for you look at you couldn't even hold the brush in his hand, but he had this extensive library with pigments, and he always came, and I remember to this point, he always came and he asked. And it was actually the class with Ron Lemon, and he asked him, like, how do you get the skin tone? What pigment are you using? I have to check it if I have it. And Ron was like, dude, that is not about the pigment. It's about exactly what you mentioned. It's about the color. It's about the harmonies, understanding these harmonies, understanding the mixing of the pigments, and it was so frustrating. I remember his face. It was so frustrating for him. He was not able to explain that, and sometimes it happens. But like you said, all of these methods, they have a merit. They are important. But the idea that I am an enormous fan of Odd Nerdrum, let's say, right? He doesn't use ultramarine blue. Well, okay, that's fair. If you don't want to use it, don't use it. But that's not like the only way how to paint. He also claims that Rembrandt is not using ultramarine blue. which is true because I don't think that ultramarine was available at the time, but he definitely used alizarin crimson, especially in his early work. Because you can't get blue dead sky with glazing just a, a black pigment. So if someone tells me that in order for you to accomplish this course or this segment of studying, you need to have this and these brushes, and I mean, well, yeah, but you know, and you know, on the other hand, why not to paint this way if it gives you concrete results? Then it's probably easier to not bother to explore something else. So maybe it has a merit. I don't know. I haven't really experienced that. But I know that I was one of these people. They were like, oh, what paint do I need to paint like this? And then thanks to people like, you know, I can name them, all of them. They were so important. And to this moment, I remember what, actually not to this moment. Right now, I am finally understanding what they were talking about. Unfortunately. Because it would be way cool if I understood that while I was that pleasure to work with them or work alongside with them. And yes, you're absolutely right. Probably he would use Photoshop if he would, you know, live today. Photoshop, or you know, I don't think the Photoshop is the only thing that he would use. And then, you know, the proof is in the Michelangelo or Da Vinci. They were creating their own medium. They were creating their own styles. Michelangelo was creating his own scaffolding to paint. I mean, seriously? And you know, I'm going to push it even further. Michelangelo is most famous for Sistine Chapel, which is fresco painting, and he hated to paint. I mean, I don't even know where to start. I have a hard time to, you know. Can you imagine that you just painted Sistine Chapel? You invented the way how to tackle the problems with the fresco, and with the drying times, and with the grits, and so on and so forth. Then you created a scaffolding. On top of the fact that you don't like to do it, and Pope told you to do that. That's just that's definitely you know. I should probably, even if I turn off all the subscriptions that I have from a different platforms, I don't think I will get even close to that. So I think that that's why Michelangelo deserves all the attention. Fortunately, I think that it had to be. I always there is a beautiful lecture. There's that platform. I think it's called TED Talk, and there is a. I have to. I'm blanking his name. It's very, very. It was really the beginning of a TED Talk, and it was 10, maybe even more years ago, probably more. I'm just trying to make sure that I feel younger than I actually am, by throwing these numbers randomly in years. And I believe that it was definitely the beginning of the TED Talks, and I think it was Sir Ken Robinson. That's his name. And he was giving a lecture about importance of art. And it's extremely entertaining. It's one of the best lectures I have ever seen or heard. And he was talking about, can you imagine that you were in the school and you were a teacher and one of your students was Shakespeare, right? And he gave this beautiful analogy. How does it have to feel to be in the room, in the same room with the Shakespeare? And right now, imagine that you are a teacher of the Shakespeare, and he's using all these imaginary words that some of them we still use. And the way how he moved and molded and transformed and push and pull the language, and how big of an impact that his work had on the literature till this day. And I immediately pictured being in the studio with Michelangelo, that you're sculpting, you are really trying to do your best, and then this guy shows up. I mean, seriously. And then he gets kicked out from the studio because he corrected master's drawings and sketches because he felt that they are compositionally not working as good as they could. I mean, imagine this. It makes me so happy to think that people like this existed, and they're still here. Okay, yeah. It's a Sir Ken Robinson. Okay, all right. How many? Since you are, what do they call it in the United States? Since you are fact checking me, how many years ago that lecture was actually given? I think it's a couple. It might be 8 to 10 years, I believe. What is it? February 2006. Okay, all right. So 8 years. I was close. Okay. And I believe it was TED Talk. It was at the beginning when they were in California, if I'm not mistaken. It was really like. Yeah. I think I wasn't too. Yeah. I wasn't too far off. Yeah. Thanks. I appreciate it. Well, that's something. That's something to really watch and enjoy. I think it's awesome lecture, and he's so funny, and he's so British, and I love that. It's just definitely check it out. And I think that he has 2 lectures. The second one is amazing, but the first one he really just and also it was very influential for me, because that was one of the first lectures that I enjoyed, and I enjoyed the humor. I was actually at the time. I don't want to say that I was struggling with English, but it was the first moments when I was a little bit more confident with my English. Because I was terrified speaking publicly using English language, and And I'm not saying that, you know, I'm not terrified to do it these days as well, but since it's online, I don't think I care that much, or as much. And then the other thing is you're not supposed to listen to what I'm saying, you're supposed to paint, so that's gonna be my excuse. Where would I end it? Can I push it here then? I'll leave it here. And then I will have to figure it out how to create that little yes, you're supposed to draw and paint alongside. Yes, 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 yes. I don't know. Maybe I should be a little bit more how do I say this? Aggressive would be the word when I'm talking about do not watch this video. I found it funny that that I have to, you know, say that out loud. But I used to do the same. I don't want to say a mistake, but I used to, you know, I talked about this. I used to hope that if I watch the video, I'm going to be able to paint at the beginning of the next day, and I didn't. And I still struggle with that, the painting part. Let's throw more of this pigment right here on the top. So I will divide that. Yeah, you better paint or else. Okay, all right. Yeah, I can start being. Let's just maybe push the pigment here. Let's make the little random mistakes so people can point them out that, oh, there is a mistake here. So even the critics has something to talk about. Let's make a couple educated mistakes. Can I call them that way? Educated mistakes? Well, I guess I can. That's awesome. That's exactly what I hope for, that you're going to be working on your stuff. And I know that there is sometimes it's really annoying, especially with these with complicated compositions, and you're tired of it, and you just want to start painting, but then, like I said, with my experience, or based on my experience rather, I have to tell you that every mistake in the composition is going to translate in your work, and it's going to be amplified exponentially. I know it's difficult to believe that, but oh boy, it will. Well, there's another option. You can, you know, another option that I mentioned before, you can lie to yourself and be like, no, everything is awesome. That's a valid technique as well. I mean, don't get me wrong. Let's push this a little darker. Let's start making these, like I said, these little mistakes for the viewers and for the critics. All right, so we punched the saturation, which is awesome, which, interestingly enough, the painting is not lighter, it's brighter, right? And that's something to really think about. Even when you, and this is why I like to do not two different. That's why instead of thinking about my painting as a light and shadow, and for my compositions as well, I don't like to think about light and shadow. I like to think about light and dark. And the dark area does not necessarily mean that it has to be a shadow. It's just a dark area. And you know, since you are doing these sketches, probably for the another compositions, that might be a technique to look at, or you know, consider at least. So I punched it all the way here, and then let's maybe just soften it all the way here, and here, so it doesn't end like a abrupt change. Yeah, it's starting to. Right now, it's finally it's starting to, you know, it's starting to breathe a little bit, and it's all thanks to Rembrandt. A little bit of soft edge right there against the harder edge right here, and then I should go this way. Another piece of cloth. Awesome. I'm glad that you know, experimenting and you're pushing yourself and thinking outside of the box. This is not something that I invented. This is something that I saw, and probably the most, you know, obvious is Frank Miller's work and his Sin City, a graphic novel. I think that's just a really good example of light and dark. And he doesn't even go into second value. He just uses the white against the ink black or jet black. can immediately see that the moment I started to push these pigments and saturations, the bottom part looks completely desaturated. And then since this is way more saturated, I can push the face even more saturated. I can bring even more of that redness and greenness and neutral values in comparison, or in contrast rather. I'm sorry, contrast. And the question is, I'm looking at that cross on the top, and I don't know, I think it's okay if it stays at that value. Because it might overpower. Maybe it won't, I don't know. I'm going to push this a little lighter. Here we go. How would it? I'm trying to think right now, since this is an imaginary pose, I'm trying to think how would this translate, like if I put this is the hips, this is the top part, this is lower, this is I'm trying to imagine anatomy underneath that garment. And also, I could probably work a little bit on that knee and to create a little bit nicer perhaps. And then what if I push that blue? So let me think. What if I push and created a, let's use this. This is where I could, okay. So it's this size. Okay. Little experiment. if I left it right here? I need a little paint. Okay, so if we hang down from there. Okay. That would kind of help that. So perhaps I can make a little nicer so it's this way, this way, and here. So it would be here. How would that translate to the painting? Would it make a little more coherent, or would this be well, I can always try and paint it there, but how would I connect it with the rest? Perhaps. Well, I can leave it out for now. But what if I push the lighter value down? I don't know. Let's see. This is the moment where I'm not sure. I need a clean pigment. Where I'm not sure. I'm trying to visualize it, but it's just not going to happen. There's so many variables. So many variables. But I can definitely punch the saturation for let's do this. It's going to look out of place for a while, but that's okay. That is okay. Yeah, it's as I thought. It's turning greenish a little bit, And that's what I wanted. That means that it's going to be a little bit of that feeling of the grass reflecting in there. And I can come later on into this, yeah, and it will create a transition. Okay, cool. So I'm trying to right now like move around the painting because I again felt that I am too much I felt that I'm too much into in one spot, and I'm starting to just overwork that. Okay, I need here. Okay, I want to make it a little bit more saturated. And it immediately looks like it's out of place, but that's okay. That's okay because I'm going to be working on it. And even though right now it looks really strange and out of place, since I know what effect it's going to have tomorrow when the paint little, it's just going to sink in into the canvas. I'm not worried that much about that it looks misplaced right now, but this will give me a little bit more leeway, a little bit more, saturation, a little bit more a little bit more space to explore and introduce a little bit more saturated, a little bit more chromatic pigments or mixtures rather, or paint application even. Oh, okay. need to figure it out right now is the fact, how am I going to well, let me get a let me get a cup of tea. I'll be right back. right, so I just step out for a second because I wanted to get warm tea. Since I still feel, like I said, not 100%, but I had to brought another helper. Velasquez, actually. There are certain things that I'm not sure whether or not I am, excuse me, overthinking them. I'm looking for one particular painting of his. And I think those are his later works. Yep. I'm looking for some I'm looking for some other ways how to deal with the certain challenges with garments and creating that feeling that the differences between textures. And when I say the differences between textures, I mean that something is made out of cloth, something is made out of, I don't know, linen, something is made out of silk or metal, for that matter. And Velasquez has these beautiful studies of a little princesses, I should call them, in these different dresses, different hairstyles, and he's applying, you know, a variety of techniques that I could take advantage of. To create more and more to create within the harmony, to create that a variety. And especially about this guy right here, because right now he's just a, I don't even, you know, he's like a really simplified, or he's wearing, he looks like he's wearing very simple garment, which is okay. However, he feels a little misplaced, I would say. So let me work a little bit more with that sanding or sandpaper. Try to find a different, but I don't have that much of that underpainting there. So let's just paint it in. let's just paint it in. And I can maybe could maybe apply a lighter pigment. And since, like I said, since the actual garment, the hue, saturation, and it's warm, our earthing leans more towards that orange. I could create some interesting contrast with a really just a plain neutral pigment. So let's hit it with a little bit of that neutral pigment. It could go slightly lighter. So let's hit it lighter. That might be a little too much. And again, I'm not going to paint over this. I'm going to scumble on top of it. So I will transition from maybe a shadow to a half tone to a light. So it should be here. But I wanted to give it a slightly different treatment that I did that a figure in like the main figure, because again I don't want to push this much of that thickness of a pigment. Yep, this might work. Maybe a little bit of that yellow ochre there, just so it harmonizes a little bit better. Because right now it's too warm, too cool, and it seems misplaced. Just soften that edge a little bit. And I want that little warmth in the light. I don't want it to be completely cool or completely warm. it here as well. I want to create a little bit of volume, a little bit more of that volume, because it felt flat and disconnected on the bottom part. I mean, this is kind of okay, the upper part. I need to work a little bit on that color, but that's a detailing part. I like the fact that I have a lighter values here, but then I don't like this bulge that I created. It again, for some reason, I'm making him like he has that beer belly, like that, like a monk from, I don't know, Robin Hood or whatever was that. Yeah, I think that was a kind of a monk that liked to drink, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't want him to be a little bit of pigment that's hitting from here, and a little bit from here. So it shows a little bit of that folding there, and this is really subtle. I'm just, I was listening through that Velasquez, and I'm trying to, take and not necessarily take. I'm trying to use some of his ideas. And apply them into what I'm doing. And maybe push that edge a little bit there. And then maybe a little bit more of the darker value. Maybe I could hit it a little exaggerated again, just to see how far I can push it. So I have this. And right now I'm again in the stage where I'm designing shapes. And then it goes here. Then it goes here. And if you remember, I wanted to create really a nice, kind of a simple shape there, so it's not overpowering anything that is happening here. But since I add a lot of texture and kind of the movements and saturation, maybe I can make this a little bit more little bit more interesting. So I'm designing the shapes little, I don't want to say that I'm doing anything different. Ooh. Pick up the I was thinking that, well, I'm trying to find that words. I'm trying to put words into my thoughts. And since there are simple shapes there, maybe they can be a little bit more graphic. If I push this a little bit more out. And in. So it will give that vibe of that's actually, that might work. So I'm making him a little bit more I'm designing it a little bit better, let's put it that way. Because it kind of felt that it needs a little better design. Make this a little wider. Yep, it's starting to fit a little bit more. Because it was that, like I said, the pigment and the paint application and the shape, all of these were kind of boring to look at. And that's what's created that, and that kind of a weird feeling of that it doesn't belong to a painting. If you add, more shadows, more resolution to your focal point, and I'm going to repeat myself. Then other parts are just going to look underdeveloped, even though they might look okay at the beginning. And what if I push it with black? of okay, this might work. Instead of harder edge right here, I'm just making it softer. I could make it softer, perhaps. Maybe I could go all the way into a background with that shoulder, so it just kind of completely disappears. Not completely, but it's gonna go very close to a because it's slowly rolling form away from me to the point that, you know, it should fall away from, not from my vision, but so let me test that theory. Because if I keep that shoulder really dark and graphic, it's just kind of it's protruding forward, and I want it to go into a background. And right now, let's hit it with the background pigment. It's too light. Never mind. Yep. And then I can go with this pigment again. Into this right here, so I can show the difference between the hoodie and the color. Yep. More of that dark value. Okay, this would be one part. Then I have a little bit of light right here. Same thing happening from the back. All right, and I could hit it with a little bit more of a saturation on the skin. Right here, from the back. So this is his neck. Okay, and then yep, definitely better. So I have this here, and then and again, I'm playing with these different layers and variations because I want him to be connected to, or I want him to work as a connection between these two guys and the guys in the background. And I think that I made him slightly darker than he needed to be. Or not even darker, a little bit more, a little bit, what would be the word? It was a little too vibrant, let's put it that way. And that what made him slightly, not a lot, but slightly out of the place. Soft edge. And soft edge. All the way here. A little hint of the shadow right there, and it goes right here up and in the back. On the top here behind his neck right here. And again, I'm not repainting I'm not repainting it. I'm adjusting it. That's the important part, that, you know, I'm going to hit it with that kind of the greenish neutral. Soft transition in the back, so it's wrapping around. So I give it a little bit. It just, he felt too flat, too graphic, and I wanted to give him a little bit more of a volume. That's what I'm. And this needs to get a little darker. Let's see if I push it dark. This area right here. What will happen if I put that dark to push him forward? Well, that might work, and maybe even, let's see. What if I hit it and it will go from all the way here going to improve or not? Doesn't seem like it. Doesn't seem like it. Excuse me. No, that has to be really annoying in the microphone. I apologize for that. Let's hit it with really dark. Let's hit it with a dark value, warmer, more towards red, orange. And simultaneously shape this even better. So it's kind of connect there. But it wants, excuse me, it wants a little bit more of the little bit more of that darker value there. Yep, and I'm leaving space there. I know it looks like it's chiseled out from him, that little triangle. Now this is what I'm talking about, I know, but I'm thinking that here I could create like a belt, because I want to separate the upper torso with I want to. This is like a little bit above the halfway point, where the waist would be. So it might be beneficial to show that separation. So visually, I will give you some clues, anatomical clues, where things are and where things aren't. That might work. It barely might work. Let's put it that way. It might barely work. And let's shape this. Like, what if I go this way? Like so. So that part will kind of push it compositionally that way. With the way he stands. He just, I feel like in terms of narrative, in terms of compositional shape, that person is very important there. But in terms of narrative, he seems like he's kind of misplaced. Like, what is he doing in that section of, like, how does he fit into a story? It's another thing that bothers me. And when you start, you know, when you start adding all these information there, suddenly it's just so much more difficult to actually find the answer, right? Because I'm asking myself, okay, well, not asking. I see that compositionally he works. He needs to be there because he's creating that kind of a S-curve that I was looking for. Not only in terms of flat shapes, but also in terms of, you know, how they move in the space. They're kind of making that kind of a curve moving towards us, right? So it's like the kind of a snake movement, what they're creating. But then that's a composition. That's just the pure abstract shapes, and I'm okay with it. I'm okay with the proportions. They're I mean, there's adjustments to be made there. I'm aware of it, but that's not such a big of a deal because it's not going to change things that much. But what really bothers me is that right now, in terms of storytelling, he seemed like he has no purpose there. And he should have a purpose. And I think that's the problem that I have. Because it seems like, and this is really again in the territory of abstract thinking about composition, where I have figures, and every figure has a purpose here in this story. He's holding a cross. He's holding a text. They in the back are holding an icon. What is he doing there? Like, what's his purpose? I gave him a really simple shape, and it almost looks like he has no purpose. And it really bothers me, and you can't even imagine how it bothers me. He's redundant, and if there's, to quote one of the closest people that I had the pleasure to meet in LA, Another famous, very famous artist right now. I mean, awesome guy, Daniel Bilmes. And he said that, you know, if there is something that he hates, it's redundancy. And he's exactly and this is exactly the example of the redundancy. I have a feeling that he's really redundant. Like, why are you here? What are you doing? Did you just, you know, he looks like he randomly walked into a frame and he's like, oh, are you guys doing something here? Should I join you? You know, he's one of those memes from, you know, the numerous videos about random people being on, you know, some event, not even knowing what that event is about, or the protest, or that kind of stuff. That's how I feel about him. That he is a suspect. Yes, he's suspicious, and I don't know if that's helping a composition. So I have to think of something there. And this is, again, this has nothing to do with, well, maybe it does have something to do with the way how I think or how I approach certain ideas. But it's not necessarily important in terms of composition, but it's important in terms of storytelling. Or actually, not even a storytelling, the story that I want to say. Let me just clarify that. He's important, or he should have a role there. So that will be probably something that I need to think about. You know, go through some of my materials that I gathered for this painting. Go through the sketches, like I was showing last time, the positions that different figures are holding at different objects, and at least they have some kind of a meaning. They have a merit. They have something to offer to this group, or to this journey rather. It seems like there's another. I can't stop entertaining myself, and I'm sorry. It might sound really strange. There is a I remember we were traveling through China as like a plein-air group. We also did a couple like a small lectures. Then there was it was I think 2 or maybe 3 weeks. And then we had exhibition with the plein-air. We worked with another painters from China. Oh, just just having fun, connecting and exchanging information. And it was a really cool event. And I've been, how many times? 3 times, 4 times in China, but always for plein-air, always for exhibitions. And there was one friend. We had we had these rooms that was for 2 students. So it was me and him, And there was a bunch of another painters, and we kind of, you know, we had kind of a similar pace with painting, and you know, similar ideas. And he's from Australia, and we had a lot of fun, a lot of different, you know, different jokes about you know, my English, and you know, the things, how he pronounce or describes certain things, you know, starting with that very famous Vegemite that they have in Australia. And then you know, I was always teasing him that he's a crocodile Dundee, you know, just a very famous he's probably the only person that I know from Australia. And there was another friend, and he never listened to anything that you know, like that, you know, like when you're a group, you can't be individual, you have to kind of follow the rules. And there was always explanation, and you know, we talked about the schedule for today, and you know, for upcoming days, and so on and so forth. And he never listened, like he was always lost. And he just got, this is gonna sound so bad, so we gave him a nickname, and we started to call him he was a cool guy. It's not about, you know, I'm not making fun of you know, him as a person. It's more about his attitude toward listening these instruction and what you're supposed to do, and in case of, I don't know, emergency, or we get lost, where we're supposed to meet. And every group has this person, always, every group has this person. And if you've never seen this person in your group, you might be that person. And we called him Reliability. So that was his nickname. And I remember that we after all these, you know, we're always describing like what's going to happen, and so on and so forth, who's paired with who, because we always went like me as a foreigner, and then students from China. So we were, you know, like pairing, and we were always looking at him, and we were wondering that what Chinese guy or girl is going to get him today in a pair, and how difficult for them it's going to be, because there is also a language barrier, you know. And it was so funny. So we called him Reliability. That was his nickname. And well, to get to my point finally, this guy that I'm painting right now, he looks like Reliability. He just showed up there. He's not holding anything. He's not adding to a, you know, to a group effort. He's there for himself, and he's just, you know, like something that, you know, that instead of helping a group, he's like adding that level of difficulty. So I have to figure it out what to do with him. Yes, you're absolutely right. People, like, he keeps everything aside. And I know I'm talking to most to myself, and I'm entertaining myself, but it's just, those are these sweet memories that you have, that at that point it was so frustrating. I was like, dude, could you please, for a minute, to listen to what they're telling you to do? And I was like, yeah, sure, I'm listening. And then you look at, you're looking at his face, and you see that he's just absolutely somewhere else in his own world. He just wants to paint. He doesn't care, and he get lost. He's going to stay there, and hopefully the helicopter is going to save him. It was so funny. But we love him. We still love him. It's just like, it's not like we're making fun of him, but you know, it's like that camaraderie. You know, I have my annoying and I'm aware of them, you know, my quirks, and and they're annoyed the hell out of other people, but then he was just relentless with with the way that he was just absolutely, it was superb. It was superb. It was superb. Oops. And exactly like you said, just these are the people that make things interesting and makes you aware of everything around, and you have to be, because if he's going to get lost, the whole group of 40 people or however many we were there at the time, it's just going to be, you know, you're just going to, it's going to ruin everything. So somehow, on some level, I don't know, some, you know, higher level, he knew that we can't leave him behind. So why should he care? You know, someone's going to figure it out. And then he comes and he asks him, what were we supposed to do? Awesome. It was just always, we were just, oh, this is perfect. I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop trashing other colleague speakers, but it was, and it's, you know what? At some point, we were there as a peers, but you know, at some point we were like, okay, is this a kindergarten? Are we supposed to like? And he's such an awesome guy, but this little quirk is just, and we couldn't get to him. He's like, dude, just listen. Listen, please listen. So again, after this for me entertaining story, and for those of you who have the same friend are probably laughing with me as well, is the reason why I'm talking about it again, it's because that's how I feel about this guy. So I'm trying to design a purpose for him. And right now, like I said, he does not need to add to a group by anything else. But right now, he's not adding. He's not helping to progress that composition, that story, that idea that I want to communicate. And if he's not doing that, then there is a good question. There is an important question to ask. Even with the composition for yourself, that is this element of that composition necessary there? And if it's necessary for overall composition, then how am I going to improve that, you know, that reliability or redundancy that I have there? I have multiple ideas, but I have to really, I don't want to do rash decisions, but perhaps I could give him something in his hand to just help that perhaps he's holding at least something. Because right now he's just standing like this. I'm here. What? You know. Another maybe idea is that for those of you who saw Pulp Fiction, there's a very famous Travolta moment where he's like, "What? Where am I?" So that's how I feel about that guy. And I don't want him to be that guy. So yeah, and this is probably the best way to end today's stream with that, you know, like really happy, uplifting note after a really demanding day of painting, and I am. Well, here's the thing. Even though the painting part stopped, creative, if you are in that moment of creativity, as you mentioned that before that, you know, some of your sketches or second sketch is really, really correct. Maybe third and fourth are not going to be as exciting, but fifth might be the even better version of that. And trust me, I have 50 different ideas right now for these figures to be moved and turned and switched, and that's why I have three large paintings simultaneously with the different positions, with the different movements. And you don't have to have a large paintings. There's no reason for anybody to make large paintings. It's just because that's a part of the like larger project that I'm working on. That's why they are bigger, because they need to be a little bit more developed. What I'm actually trying to get to is that sometimes the answers about the composition might be also in the story that you're trying to say, or the idea that you're trying to communicate with your composition. It's a little too complicated, and you got caught into these intricacies of how much do you want to say, how much more information do you have to add. And I think that, but I'm a victim of this as well, or victim, I wouldn't call it victim. I am also responsible for this, or I'm a part of this problem, because I was, most of the time I overthink the composition, only to then, you know, subtract things that I don't need to have there, only to get to that important, clear message that needs to be addressed. So I really have to look at that guy, whether or not I need him there, and maybe he's just going to disappear, and there's going to be something else instead of him. There's always a different ways to address that problem. After all, unfortunately, I'm going to say it the way that it's maybe not very pleasant or nice, but he's just an object. He's just a shape. And like I said, if he's not helping a composition, then he's destroying it. That's the only way how to put it. There is no kind of a neutral way that, well, I'm putting him there because I have an empty space in the composition. I don't want to approach the composition from this perspective, because then, I don't know, a kind of I'm getting into the territory of staleness. So I had an empty shape that I did not account for at the beginning, and right now I'm trying to fill it with something that does not belong there. And sometimes it's really obvious and it just hits you immediately, and sometimes it's lurking on you in your own compositions as well, I'm pretty sure. And then, you know, at one point you have to, I don't want to say get rid of it, but adjust it. So definitely check out even the previous streams when I'm addressing certain things. Maybe they might help you. If anything, I hope that you enjoy your painting, and I hope that you're going to continue working even after the streams end, only because that creative process which I started this thought about, it's never stopping. I cannot activate it you know, at 8 a.m. in the morning, but I can be ready when it's around, right? So make sure that you're ready, make sure that you have your brushes, paints, paper, pens, whatever you prefer to work with, digital medium, ready when it comes. And I'll hope to see you next time. Take care, bye.